Welcome back to potentially the last session of Pyre. We'll just have to see here. Let's look this up. I'm pretty sure there are 2 liberation rights left. And I'm also pretty sure that I'll be able to get through them both tonight. Because as we know from the last session, there are fewer and fewer rights in between the liberation right. In fact, the last round was only like 3 or 4. So might actually be a pretty quick night tonight. We'll see. Either way, I like this game a lot, but I will say I am looking forward to checking out some new stuff. Going back and playing all these Supergiant games has been fun, and they're like some of the best made games on the planet. But I had played them all before. Played them all before, with the exception of not having finished Transistor before. But it was still cool to go back and revisit and show them off. But I'll be happy to try some new stuff, like I said. So, let's get going. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the dissidents in the liberation rite. Oh yeah, we sent Hedwyn home. You succeeded in liberating Hedwyn. You returned to the Commonwealth in glory.
Atracarum Saravan. Atamere.
Wolford trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rite soon ending, everything which Wolford has sought, both on his own for many years, and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others, but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of you seem to expect. You raise your voice. Oh, we did this last time. I guess it didn't save right after. Each of your fellow exiles turns to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Tay's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. This is kind of a cool aspect of the game. I think I mentioned this last time. Just that it makes the whole, like, visual novel part of the game even more interactive by being able to kind of put together your own little sentences here. Alright, we've stood the test of time. Alright, let's do that. Oop, we got more. None of you pursue this quest with any guarantees. One cannot assume it would have a happy outcome. But something far more vital is at stake. The disappearance of the stars above can be no accident. It is a sign that the world is changing. interesting how some of these options change the others. Hello. I have to redo my pep talk. Let's go with that. You all stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for each other, is a world worth living. If you can believe any of this, then believe, above all, in each other. Trust that you may yet prevail, together. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment with the group. The stars have not vanished, they have joined us. Then, you join the others in silence. Thus do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then...
잘했어.
내가 노베린.
Teaser.
Te lo incastrare.
Marum domirensas.
Go team! They stand with you, no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. Each of the Nightwings gain +1 hope permanently. The stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. Your path is yours to choose amid a myriad of stars. Let's look upon them all. What is that, 5, 6 to choose from? Oh man. Oh, there's, and yeah, okay, so there's only 2 rights until the next liberation. Don't know how many liberation rights are left. Probability of success is 67%. That's not too bad. But who should we challenge? It kind of comes down to who do you want to try to face in the finals? In the finals. Oh, the Titan stars are up here. That's pretty cool. It's like constellations. Because whoever I beat will get taken down a notch. I have just 2 matches. So if I wanted to face the Chastity, I could face Fate and Pyre Hearts. Although, my record against these 2 guys are pretty good. And remember, the more that I beat somebody, the more that I beat another team, the stronger they get. So I actually don't know if I would want to face the Chastity again. beat the dissidents, so I'm not really worried about that. So I think I'm okay facing either the Fate or Pyre Hearts at the end. I think I would rather face the Fate, so we actually don't need to worry too much about the current lineup. Just need to make sure that whoever we do face doesn't win to move up. So probably shouldn't face the Chastity. I think I said that already. Let's go for the Tempers, maybe. Even if they win, they only go up by 1. Oh. Or I'm not sure how this is stacked up. Is it? I think it's based on this number here, their favor. So even if they won, I don't think they're going to jump up by 20. Alright, so they're right here. Let's go. Ignarius, a longtime resident of the Downside, as evidenced by his appearance. The strongest of the Tempers, he has waited years to earn his freedom. Born to a middling Commonwealth family, he got into trouble early and often, but found his calling in the Commonwealth's not entirely legal red light district. There he took many jobs, most involving his sheer size. Is that where they're going with this? Most notably, he was a bouncer at the Starry Eight, where he came to symbolize its reputation. One day, a particularly belligerent guest got under his skin, so he gave him a tremendous thrashing. The club clientele all gave a cheer. However, this guest turned out to be a wealthy chamberlain, who then exploited his connections to have Ignarius arrested and then exiled. This was 14 years ago. On the downside, Ignarius dropped his given name, as is sometimes the custom, and survived alone through his tenacity and strength. In time, he drew the notice of the Tempers, who revealed to him the rights, recruited him into their ranks, and let him work his way up. Now, at last, it is his turn. You wish a good night to Volfred. Your travels shall continue at first level. Following Hedwyn's liberation, you find Volfred smoking at his pipe, his eyes averted. He looks up and smiles as you approach.
Sabomdias.
He falls silent for a time.
Tenkarafidet.
You and Volfred speak little more of Hedwyn for now. You are left wondering what shall become of him in the Commonwealth. Oh, who's been out here the longest? Tay's been out here 2 years. Tizo, not applicable. Oh, so he's been out here forever, basically. 4 years, 9 years, 21 years. We need to start thinking about who we want to set free next. There is no time now to return to Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone is ready to make haste for the Glade of Loot. Zoop. You can still go look at it though. Wolford approaches as you fly above his hidden lair at the Moonlight Alcove. You cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return there.
Du Sheliamitas.
Guess not. So speaking of Oralek and his crew, I wonder if I go to... so there was that one time I went out to face the Withdrawn, and I ended up running into Oralek instead. And I'm wondering if that would continue to happen, and if there's like a quest line you can pursue by continuing to face the Withdrawn. Or if there's some other way he comes up. It's another kind of interesting thing about this game. There's a bunch of like kind of side story threads, like Amitha and her sister. You know, Sir, what's his name? I've forgotten his name already. The Worm Knight, and his quest to regain his honor. The whole thing with Tay and the boy that she's got a crush on. All these little threads you can pick up, but it's like kind of impossible to follow all of them in one playthrough. Oh, looks like we get our vocations either way. Alright, Tizo. You meet up with Tizo, who suggested you go ranging with him through Needlefield. Together, you set out to explore the thick underbrush around the Black Wagon. You find little to speak of other than desolation typical of the downside. He's ready for a nap. You and Tizo make your way back to the wagon. Though uneventful, your search helped ease the burden weighing on you, and leaves you with time to pursue your vocations. Oh, there he is. You observe Tizo rummaging about the Black Wagon, as though in search of something. He notices you there and rushes up to greet you. But just as quickly, he resumes his search. You almost do not notice the lone minstrel's approach.
Sevature.
Oh,
Terevasta.
he squawks in approval.
Tatakogita.
He confirms this as well.
Yaramitage.
Tizo skulks away, up into the rafters. The lone minstrel watches him go.
Recostafara. Ceramiscus.
The lone minstrel excuses himself in his polite way, leaving you to consider what he said.
Igriata ligaratos.
Can we chat with her? Let's go for an actual practice round to warm up tonight. These last couple rights are going to make a big difference with how the story turns out. So I want to be ready for it.
Avanzare Tatalce.
I wonder if her team is just randomized. Alright, so let's think about this. We only have 5 left. So who else needs to get over? I'm thinking Wolford, right? It's his plan. He said that he wanted to go free, but that he wasn't ready yet. So maybe he should be last? I probably need to increase his what's it called? Enlightenment. Not sure what the requirements are going to be. I might not even be able to pick him in time. Ametha, she should definitely qualify, right? I wonder what happens if none of you are qualified. I wonder if that's possible. Tizo would definitely qualify, but I don't know if he wants to go free. I think the way everyone talks about him, you know, they say he belongs with the Nightwings. So maybe he should stay. And Tay is kind of a mixed bag. I'm not really sure. And oh yeah, Bertrude, we know she doesn't even, she's like flat out said she doesn't want to go back. Her place is here in the downside. She's lived here 21 years. Like, this is her home now. So it's probably going to be Wolfred and Pamitha. If I had to pick, like, right now. So with that, the reason I want to think about it is because as I practice, I want to choose them. And then who's going to back them up? Actually, any of these guys are good. Gertrude's got her shotgun blast of a cast. Tizo's super fast. Practically infinite stamina. And she has actually infinite stamina when she's got the orb. Let's go with it's got a nice big aura. Okay, they're gonna let me grab it first. It's very kind of them. Oh, I didn't realize when Tizo does his little flutter ability, his little flying, and he flaps his little wings, he inflates like Kirby. Turns into a little floating ball. And it does make him a little faster that way. Alright. Nope. Man, that's such a good combo. You can cast your little sprout as Wolfred, and then the two auras will combine. That's pretty good defense. Oops. Oh yeah, and then he can like teleport. Whoop. Just gotta watch out for jumpers. He's fluttering. No! Whoop! Nice one, Wolfred. Did not mean to pick that up. But it's okay. I do feel like that was way easier than the actual matches are going to be. Your vision returns as the effects of the Beyonder Crystal dissipate. Time seems to have stood still while you experience the vision. Alright, so I'm going to need to use these vocations to mentor Wolfred. You and Wolfred go over what you know of the celestial landmarks you have been to, and how their properties impact the Nightwings and the Rites. You can tell he knows many of them well by now.
Cageritus praste.
Sweet. Let's make that sapling bigger. I'm liking his little defense strategy. I like playing, with Wolfred at least, I like playing defense until you can take out one or two of their the other guys, and then you just run for it. Or if you take out all of them, then you can just toss it in. The Black Wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the Glade of Lugh. There is some commotion as Wolfred motions for everyone to be still. He points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever Wolfred referred to. Still, he indicates caution. A tense moment passes. Then, another. Then, Wolfred tenses up. You look toward where he signals, and then, at last, you see the cause of his concern. There is no mistaking who it is. Oralek stands there, near motionless, atop some forgotten rock jutting from the dense foliage, a fair distance away. He stands directly on the path of your Black Wagon. Yet, he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something. likely for you all. Wilfred gets your attention. Quiet. Orlek stands in your path. What shall you do? I'm assuming we're going to face him again. Press forward, turn back, hail him. Let's lean into it. There has to be a way to reason with Orlek. I don't know about that. And bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. You give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and head towards him. But just as you reach the point where Orlek once stood, he's gone. Indeed, Orlek is nowhere to be found now. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. At least I didn't get any debuffs. Your wagon finally arrives at the Glade of Lu, where still there is no sign of Orlek or your next adversaries for that matter. Your companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rites commence. Well, that was weird. Oh shit! Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone with you. I guess you could just, like... Uh-oh, you can't leave. Can't go in the door. Orlek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you cannot tell. What he is doing here, and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. He is a big dude. You watch him go about whatever he is doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. He shakes his head. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. Orlek wishes to know your connection to the Nightwings. I mean, I am their reader. But I feel like he would know that, right? Maybe not. I mean, we have faced off before. It's interesting how often the say nothing is an option. It's hard to tell how much any of these choices actually make a difference in the story. Are we friends? I feel like he knows that we're the reader, so let's just go with this. You tell Orlek that you have traveled all across the downside with this group. Count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day.
Vero fundis.
He strides right past you, toward the door. Then he turns to you again once more. Then Orlek is gone. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Oralek. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the Black Wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. The search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence.
Catching flies.
Hey Ron. What's that? Typhoon bottle. While the bearer's triumvirate is banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. Cool. Another item that I will not be using. Is this the only Stardust he has? Do I need anyone? Do any of my dudes need Stardust? I need one level for Hobe's Wing. Oh. That would be good to level up. But, oop, what? There we go. I feel like this could be really good on some of the fast characters. They get to keep their aura, because so many times I just like grab the orb and just like run for it. Like, and considering how big Tizo's aura is, that would make a mad dash to the Pyre a lot safer. There we go. Plus 24. The night grows dark over the Glade of Lu, and you and your companions stand prepared at the appointed place at the appointed time. Wilfred and your fellow exiles exchange expectant looks, some with each other, some with you. Though everyone is rather quiet now in one another's company. You sense a vague concern in Pamitha, perhaps at having to confront the Tempers once again. As for Tizo, he seems very much at peace, awaiting for the stars to signal the commencement of the rite. He does not have to wait for very long. Instinctively, you clutch the Book of Rites as the stars above take hold of everyone's attention. Are any of these active? Actually, now might be the time to activate them, because again, like, whether I win or lose these matches doesn't really matter too much. But it would be good to get some bonus experience, mostly for Volfred. Which of these have I played with before?
Archbeast Sungris. Time Singer on.
This? The Tattered Mantle? I don't remember seeing that. your adversaries grasp the orb, their auras shall slowly shrink rather than vanish. Huh. Where are all the ones that were doing like plus 10%? Has that changed, I guess?
Unfathomed plurness.
I could have sworn there were ones that did more than just plus 3. Maybe that's just like when they first appeared. I'm not sure. Actually, let's try this one. Your adversaries shall never be banished after plunging into your pyre. That should be a good one because if we're doing it right, they'll never get our pyre.
Sylvia's horse-headed.
Let's try one more. Let's try.
Dullness the locket.
Ooh, here we go. Again, we want a good defense. Because a couple of these Titan stars trigger on
The
them jumping into my
infamous
pyre.
raider returns.
So we don't want that to happen.
Along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Tempers. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
Oh, they've got Natural Cold too.
Who shall it be this time?
Alright, we want Wolfred.
Wolfred.
Who else is on their team? Let's check it out. Frumta. Perfrumta? Something like that. Well, they're not using Lady River, but they're using Yowlson. It's going to be pretty quick, similar to Rookie. It's got a double jump. Faster sprint. Oh, but does some extra damage. Okay. So one little fast mover, big slow guy, a crone. Oh, right. Well, Bertrude's Pyre has less fire than the adversaries, or adversaries deal -10 to a pyre. That's a pretty good one.
Bertrude.
think let's go with Tay. I also have to be careful about how often I'm using these guys because we don't want them to end up with banishment sickness when it comes time for the liberation rite. That would suck.
Kamatha.
Terra.
No. Now begin.
Whoops.
Oh, not Ignarius.
Get you. Oh shit! What?
Good. A shameful outcome.
The other one. Stop it. Nope.
Nightwings make their mark upon the flame.
Hit him for 30. That feels good. Hamatha doused their pyre. 90 points. Come here, come here, come here. Oh shit.
Yes. Ooh.
Ooh, they're quick on those jumps, man.
The demon's banished. Most foul.
I just got a huge jump.
You seem unable to stop these people. It was almost cruel.
Oops. Got him.
Do you believe you can prevail in this? So much for Volfred. Beneath contempt.
A little defense sprout works well. Oh shit.
Your pyre weakens.
Nope. Nope.
Begone, Volfred. Zap.
Ooh. That was not good.
Too slow, Ignarius.
Go for it.
Spectacularly done. The Nightwings now are closer to achieving victory.
Oh shit.
The orb is up. Oof.
Ugh. They're like cornering me.
Well, I dare say. such wherewithal.
I have been practicing, actually. I'm glad you noticed.
There goes the harp. Ignatius vanished. Ah, yes.
Alright, one more. One more.
Now, go on, just once more.
That's what I said.
Simply
Wow.
abhorrent.
Pika's gonna do anything?
A crushing blow against your pyre.
Wow.
That's it. And it is done. The Nightwings
Ooh, those look tricky.
fail. Alas, that their adversaries failed to stop them. The rite is complete. Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes. Be gone now from my sight.
Back at the Black Wagon, you find the lone minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they secured victory over the Tempers in a solid performance. It is plain to you that none of them look well. The lone minstrel notices you there and turns to you.
Ligaratus tamta.
I told you we had to be careful about this banishment sickness. You bid Volfred a swift recovery, and he nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Hamitha, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Bertrude, it is clear to you she wishes to be left alone right now. You leave the lone minstrel to look after them, and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. But wait, if 3 of you are sick, that only leaves 2 people for the rites. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, just Bertrude. Okay. Bertrude is still exhausted but not sick, I guess. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Gaze into the darkness of night. Who are we fighting next? That sucks, because I really need to use Volfred to level him up. Well, as long as he can be worthy by the next cycle, he should be okay. So I just hit the Tempers, they went down a little bit. Like I said, I think I'm cool fighting the Fate, so we can face, like, anybody. Oh, and our probability of success went up. I wonder if that goes up as your team, like, levels up. That'd be interesting. Actually, so I guess we could face the Pyre Hearts, since we know we're good with facing the Fates. Or we could try to go face the Essence to see if there's any more drama between Tamitha and Pamitha. Oh, but Tamitha is sick. We'll have to do that next time, I guess. Oh, there they are, too. And I think we're gonna face the Pyre Hearts. I don't think they stand much chance against me.
Andiamo, Liberatus.
Oh, I thought you can translate Tizo's little squeaks and squawks. But it's not like a direct translation, it's like an interpretation. It's like a description of what he's expressing. Tizo's bite is a mark of friendship. Although, now that he says that, I kind of wish they had worked in a bite somewhere, like a bite mark somewhere on his illustration. Just like a little detail for you to be like, oh, what is that? And then, once you get here, you're like, oh, okay. It was Tizo that bit him. Although, actually, now that I think of it, Tizo's got those, like, two fangs, so I wonder if those two holes on Volfred's left arm are supposed to be bite marks. Because it looks like, you know, they're kind of a distance apart. The only argument against it is that they're kind of different sizes, but it could just be the art style, could just be, you know, you can get an even bite on them. Oh wait, I want to keep talking to... So the crystal will glow when there's another scribe trial available, but it won't glow when you can, like, get a new conversation with her. Although this will turn red when there's, like, new stuff to talk about, so we're good for that. Because she has her own little storyline that you can kind of advance. You just have to kind of keep checking in with her every chance you get. I haven't really been doing that, so.
Cristalli Pyre.
Look at that guy. Hello, minstrel indicates that there may be rare fish here ripe for the catching. Oh, and Tizo says the same thing. I think I went to Sharp Shoal before, so let's go to the reef. Fish for denizens of the deep. With your remaining time this day, you set your mind to the ancient art of fishing as you drift among the steady currents of Barb Reef. You still have nothing to show for your efforts today. However, when Tizo approaches to check in on you, just then your oars ring. Moments later, one of the slippery denizens is in your grasp. You thank Tizo for his contribution. You caught 8 ring. Breeder 1, fish 0. Oh. Tizo seems to be in the midst of a conversation with the lone minstrel as you approach the two of them. The little imp appears perturbed about something.
Recarabana. Se va. Prosta. Renorno Xalas. Are Ligaratus.
I heartily concur. You concur with the lone minstrel's assessment of Tizo as a most remarkable and irreplaceable member of the group. He is an extraordinary imp indeed. At this, Tizo rushes up to you and gives you an imp hug. Tizo bounds off happily as the lone minstrel looks on.
Me sabitas.
Ah, here we go. Little Tizo does have dreams of visiting the Commonwealth.
Sem sorotaliam.
The lone minstrel bows his head on his way out, bidding you a good rest of the afternoon. Tizo gained +1 hope for the next right. Let's wish him. Dang, of course Tizo wants to visit the Commonwealth. But he doesn't necessarily want to live there.
Venta visitame.
You are nothing, reader.
Shit.
Nothing but a mindless simpleton.
Hey, man.
Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
You wake from what little sleep you managed to this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. If the voice truly is that of the Archjustice Androboles IX himself, as Volfred indicated, then none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. Yes. Here in the dark waters of Deathless Tempest, you encounter a messenger imp come to deliver news and rumors from the other side. The news this time pertains to Headwind, whom you liberated at the fall of Solium. Ewan Hedwyn returned safely to the Commonwealth, where he was clothed and welcomed, his past transgressions all forgiven. He was to be groomed for a leadership position of his choice, whether on the Council or the Blood Border, each equally as lucrative and secretive as well. However, he refused, and before the stunned Council members could do anything about it, he left them. He's since made contact with Wolfred's agents, and is working together with them. Thus, the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. Per the Messenger Imp custom, the last part of the message was transcribed from Hedwyn word for word, and says, "Keep going. I'll see you here." You thank the Messenger Imp for relaying this information. Soon, your companions are all abuzz about it. The news of Hedwyn's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next rite. Yay! I keep wondering if there's like a specific character or perhaps specific circumstances under which a character might go free to the Commonwealth and like not join the revolution. Like you set them free and that just the Messenger Imp says, yeah, they just like went and did their own thing. Fuck the plan. I guess they figured that would be a little too insulting to the player. Oh. Fortified Star Serum permanently grants +1 quickness. Oh. I didn't see this other one. Permanently grants +1 hope. Now there's a bit of a reason to sell like a bunch of shit. Oh yeah, I can sell this fish. I don't think I need to buy any of these. I'm actually considering selling a bunch of these too. Who do we set free? Hedwyn. Did he have talisman? Here it is, Gull's Bracer. Right. Alright, we'll sell that too. We got some money. Oh, some of these are not very... I didn't realize this would only be worth like 5. We need some quickness. Thinking about stacking it onto Tizo or Tay. Good to give them to people who are already fast, because they're the ones that end up sprinting for the orb and can actually, you know, are going to benefit from more speed more often. But someone like Wolfred, I don't know if it would really help too much for him to be more mobile, right? Because he's kind of meant to be that like wall. He's not. I'm not. At least the way I use him, he doesn't need to move too much. Bertrude, though, also ends up making a mad dash. I feel like Tizo's pretty quick when he does his zip. And that has close to infinite stamina. I think I'm going to give this to Bertrude. Plus I expect I'm going to use her in both matches coming up. Both Liberation rights, I mean. Where do I grab? Right here. Okay. Oh, no more Stardust. Come on, Ron.
Felicitala os exclamatais.
You stand before the bizarre outcroppings of the Isle of Kalmar. The sky darkens, and, in the distance, you hear the sound of gibbering creatures growing louder. The sound of it is unnerving enough that your fellow exiles remain quiet, their eyes affixed to the stars above. Soon, something in the sky above begins to stir. Shall we use the same ones? I think most of the guys I'm going to end up using, Piso, Tay, are pretty close to maxed out. So I don't know if 9% is really anything worth it. And I can't use Wolfred. He's the only one I really care about his level right now. So let's just...
I am still very cross with you, you know.
Yeah.
To think I saw in you a worthy heir.
I'm sorry?
Not just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth.
This is news to me,
That
man.
traitor Wolfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
Yeah, and I like how
Who shall
there's like
besmirch the Nightwing's name.
each character who you recruit to your team has like their own drama or beef with like another team, and those narratives can be affected depending on like how long they stay on your team. When you know, Sir Deluge knows Sir Gilman, of course, but now that he's not on my team, the story changes a little bit. Whereas I'm sure if Sir Gilman were still here, they'd be fighting right now. Also, don't think I didn't notice, Mr. Voice,
Go on.
that you asked who will besmirch the Nightwing's name. This narrator becomes increasingly hostile toward you now that he knows about the plan and that you've been swayed by Wolfred's influence. Alright, I guess I don't really have much choice here.
Gertrude. Tay. Tiso. Fine.
You should be.
Now begin.
She can just cast straight through whatever these things are. Oops. Nope. Nope.
Such fun.
Woo!
Glory to the Nightwings.
Gotta watch out for that. What is that move called? That slash? That worms can do? It's a really big radius. Nope. Nope.
Oh dear.
Oh, and they're like exploding when they get bandaged. That's how Tizo got that.
A braver than expected act from Sir Deluge. The Nightwing's adversaries gained an edge. Bow them!
Oh no! I'm trying to jump. Go for it, Tay.
Banished from this place.
Get that shit out of here.
The flames of freedom. The Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now. By the scribes.
I love it. Her pounce is just like instantaneous. It goes
Unfortunately.
like a third of the way across the field. Oh, but
You'll have to do
can't use it
better
when I'm out of
than that.
stamina.
Tis what the scribes ordain.
These stupid things are getting in the way.
Twas a crushing blow against them.
Oh, one more. This is it.
The rite is nearly ended.
I totally could have had that. I don't know why he stopped stripping.
From burning flame to ash.
Oh shit.
And it is done.
The slash can't hit enemies that are in the air.
Nightwings managed not to prevail. A victory so narrowly achieved, and thus more glorious. The rite is ended. There is much to learn from this experience. And where once stood an imp, now stands a master of the rites.
A hidden power, a terrible, unbridled fury seems to have awakened within Tizo. Look at his face. He's intense. He's ready to go. And he's very enthusiastic. Right. This moon sign sounds interesting, but kind of weird to use. I feel like it's cool, but I'm so used to how Tizo works. Throwing a new strategy in this late into the game seems kind of, I don't know. Like, not a great idea. So just making his implode bigger, I think, is...
Praise be to Haub the Swallow. Now take your sordid business someplace else.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles prevailed against the Pyre Hearts in a last-ditch effort. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better, at least, and express gratitude to Bertrude, Tay, and Tizo for their efforts. Just then, the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well what he has come to indicate to you, and follow him back out into the darkness. The stars above seem to be few and fading, and yet one still shines, defiant. The path to freedom reveals itself once more. Let's seek it. Probability of success has gone up to 73%. And just like we planned, we're facing the fate. You notice that the lone minstrel is standing there, regarding the night sky.
Pelantases.
You look upon the stars together for a while, and then
Pensate lorigas.
the lone minstrel leaves you there alone under the night. It has grown very late. You need rest. The black wagon shall have to take flight again. Tizo. You find Tizo there in the black wagon looking rather more despondent than usual. When you attempt to reach out to him, he barely acknowledges you. You almost run into Tay as you turn to leave.
May I discolor?
On further inspection, it occurs to you that Tay perhaps is not off the mark, and that Tizo is unwell for something.
Si tempi vilia.
Jodariel. Tay turns to you for a moment, lowering her voice. She's trying to say that he wants some privacy, but doesn't want to give him that privacy. He ate a bad mushroom. These guys just be eating whatever they can find. Tizo is beginning to look better already.
Leave it here.
Then she snatches Tizo up in her arms and whisks him out of the wagon with her. You hear her call back to you over her shoulder. Although the prospect of Tay administering medical assistance normally would give you pause, Tizo seems to accompany her willingly enough. The two have shared a rather close bond since Tay first made contact with the group. For someone like her, who has lived alone for so long, the friendship must be vital. And as for Tizo, must be impressed that a non-native of the downside seems to know her way around food safety even better than Yi. Goofy. Sandra, have anything new for me? Nope.
Nialon Cashello.
Here we go. Something appears different now about the sacred mountain west of here. The lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seems swept clean by the elements. Ulfred observes all of this alongside you.
Tembra libros.
So that cuts off. Normally we would land Emperor's Fall or Emperor's Ascent. I don't know why I keep saying Ascents. Emperor's Ascent, which gives you a chance to get a couple more blessings. on your way up here. Since Bertrude shall gain favor from the scribes if you land here. Since Tay shall gain favor from the scribes if you land here. I'm not sure if I'm going to use Tay, but I'm definitely going to be using Bertrude. So... You arrive once more among the great heights of Mount Elodiel. It appears that Dalbert and the Fate have already arrived along the other route. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Volfrid. Yay!
Igriata liberatos. Nemraj liberatos. Sorerita derarcos. Crediasta scettimo.
You remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts as you are able to afford.
Harum tanoje.
Do not come visit me again like this without my asking, I insist. But how would she ask?
Talo preguntaros. Spete alo melos te.
Nemsarodistera.
I really like the detail of when you do your training like this, the battlefield is like a giant book. Perhaps
Rama
the book.
faroshen.
Namorente.
Strametas. Pansare talushe.
Get out of here. Dude. Oh, shit. This one's gonna be tough. Tried to teleport. Didn't make it. Like, I don't know. I haven't gone on offense with this guy enough to know, like, how far he teleports. Ugh. And those guys have, like, the same aura radius. Oh. I forgot, since this is like 1 versus 3, they'll respawn even if I do jump in. Oh, there's so much recovery when you teleport too. It takes you a second before you can keep moving. What? Ah. It's interesting seeing the edges of the auras try to resolve themselves. Figure out oh shit, what the outline actually is.
Veamos.
Oh, I'm getting. Oh, why'd he stop? I'll take it. Oh, that's it. Oh man.
Dare tempritage.
Jeta mo tempri. Mo protraje paloje.
I wonder what kind of item he's gonna have.
Serio cupraret.
You received Blue's Bow for completing Wolfred's trial. Wolfred's blink ability transports him farther than usual. Well, I like it, but I still feel like this would be better in his trial when it's just him. But when he's just on defense, it's like, I don't know, I prefer using him, like I said, as a wall and then sending somebody else after the orb. Unless there's some properties of blink that I'm not seeing. Like, I wonder if you blink into someone else's aura, which one takes precedence? With some time to spare after having landed, you join Bertrude on a brief expedition to the monument of Molten Millet. Return to the wagon once she has finished paying her respects. You have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. Bertrude gained +3 glory for the next rite. Sweet. Let's keep mentoring the Wolfred. You and Wolfred compare thoughts on how each of your fellow exiles can contribute to prevailing in the rites, and in which groups of 3 they maybe can achieve their very best. There we go.
Sadata Loxalas.
While Wolfred and his allies are banished, adversaries are slowed and cannot use abilities. Forgot about his shield. Off to Scribe's Gate. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian regards you all above an archway carved from stone.
Escutil noxalas. Nakirara.
Salutium, Ceres.
Kem dirastas?
Felamta, Ceres.
Men kramta.
One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. Gate Guardian regards you all, then waves you through, toward the sun.
Torgasan gratas.
Som diravatas.
Estara tantus.
Recosta fara.
Easy for us.
Falcon Ron wishes to know your thoughts about a potential sale. Go for it. You suggest to Falcon Ron that a sale might be a good idea to liven things up a bit.
How the Magna see some puela.
Shooting Star. Dang, costs 230. The bearer can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. I think that's an inherent ability of Jodariel as well. Oh well. Alright, let's buy this though.
All you guaitais.
What else do I still need to level up? This one. Perfect. +4. Once more, the time has come for the liberation rites, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries, the Fate. As your companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite, the lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion.
Oxare juntas. Nascenta veniam.
What would you have done with yourself in the Commonwealth? Would I have been a farmer? Would I have been a sailor? Would I have retired to the outskirts? Would you have fought for freedom? You could go for that one. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There is so much needing to be changed there.
Estutare grandas.
Just then, the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. Let's do a vanilla run on this, and here we go.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the fate soon quench those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
I feel like this ref is a little biased.
Volunta lorgas.
I was gonna say something else. Oh, why does he care so much about us tampering with the rites when they're about to end anyway? I mean, I know there's more to it than that, but I don't know. That particular concern doesn't seem like a big deal.
Volunta lorigas.
Regeta noxalas.
Bent old Cur Dalbert steps forward and struggles for a moment with his mask.
Minza setaroste.
Oh man, I think I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I would be so curious to play this game through and throw all of the liberation rights, so that whoever challenges me gets to go free. I feel like the story would be very different, because we could send old Dalbert onto his freedom. You know, it's almost like the Nightwings exist to give people their freedom as opposed to being free themselves.
Teromta ligeratus.
Varese prama.
Felamta seres.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
Alright. We've got Tizo, Ametha, or Bertrand. We know we don't need to send Bertrand. Tizo. We're keeping Tizo for now, so it's Ametha.
Ametha.
Marefista legaranis.
Who shall strive for her?
I want to... I feel like I should have Wolford on the team so he can keep gaining experience. As I think, if I'm right, and the next Liberation Rite is the last one, then I'll only have... I think there's only one rite in between. Because at least for this one, he still was not worthy. I'm trying to remember, like... Next one, they could say it's the last one, and they could say, like, okay, you just pick anyone on your team. I don't think that's the case, though. I have, in fact, the opposite. I've felt like, with each one, the requirement, the required enlightenment to be worthy has gone up. So, that's a long-winded explanation before picking.
Wolfred.
And let's see who's on their team. Oh, they got an imp. They've got a her. And they've got a human. Oh, you know what? Something else just occurred to me. So when you move over here to look at their team and what they've got, you know, I was curious for some of these teams. You know, earlier I was talking about being able to set. You know, when you set people free, the story changes. And so if you allow their leader, because it's like always the leader, of course, because that's like the unique character. In this case, they actually have two. They've got Dalbert and they've got Almer. Whereas they've, you know, if you notice, many of the teams have like one or two unique characters, and then the other ones just have masks that are kind of like generic characters. They've got their own names and they're wearing the right colors, but that's about it, right? And they don't say anything. But I've just noticed other teams, when I've come over here, I've seen like they'll have like 4 or 5 characters. But this team only has 3. So if I send, let's say Dalbert went free tonight, would their team just get disqualified, or would they, like next time I face them, would they just have another generic guy on their team? I don't know, I feel like I don't know much about this team's story, and I wonder if, like, they would just be disqualified, or, you know, I'm sure there's more to figure out there. Anyway. What are we doing? Oh yeah, we gotta choose the third. Let's go with Tay. She's got that crush on, what's his name?
Tay! With that out of the way, commence.
That's not what I meant. What? Get out of here. You too. Alright, good start. Good start. I need to remember to switch over to Wolfred first thing so I can cast his brow. Cover the orb. Oh! Whoa! I guess he jumped for it. That was a pretty cool trick. Nope. 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 Oh! Oh, that was a good dodge. There we go. Tay. Trying to encourage the other team. Ulmer looks on in stunned silence. The outburst seems to have disarmed everyone. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me. I was supposed to use Bertrude for this match because she had +3 glory. Whoops. She puts her mask back on as the liberation rite continues. Whether her words flustered your adversaries or emboldened them, you cannot tell. Yeah, it was... I actively had to pick between Tay and Bertrude, and went with Bertrude because I thought I was going to use her, and she got the bonus, and not Tay. And now, well, you can see who's on my team. Shit! Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take time. Oh, I should have jumped for that.
Be gone, you lot. Resplendent.
Whether from his prayer to the scribes, or simply from Dalbert's resolve, something comes over your fellow exiles here. If they are banished now, they shall not soon return.
Such a struggle it must be for
They're losing
poor old
hope.
Dalbert and his witless son. Too bad for that one.
Ooh! Damn, they got me good.
Disaster. The orb engulfed in fire.
Alright, one more hit.
Now end the ceremony.
Worth a shot. Oh! Oh!
Quite the turn of events. There
Oh!
it is.
Breakaway.
At last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Draw some feeling.
I mean, the more you beat them, the more you learn about their little stories and what they got going on, the worse you feel about snuffing their hopes of going free themselves.
Zvande stale.
I have no idea why you picked me.
Miricare, amita. Taştan ötekse. Within the damitas.
She plunges into the waters of the Shimmer Pool and disappears from view, though her voice still rings out.
Tu gravitas teso.
Ametha earned back her freedom. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Pamitha Thane. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close. Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
Nell'are stace. Certame gloretam.
Mela stagetas.
Simbagna sum fili. Semta tempore mara.
Yo, Nightseer. You just missed it. I just sent somebody else free. You You prevailed in the liberation against the Fates. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Pamitha. You returned to the Commonwealth. We sent the Bird Lady for you. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this.
In paths and cave.
Ia malumareta.
You wonder who, if anyone, among you shall be the next to go.
Praneretare. Similitudes.
You turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. Oh, you're packing, so you might not catch everything. Oh, that's okay. I'm sure I'll be blabbing enough for you to hear what's going on. Okay? The few remaining stars still shine. Let's see here. Probability of success, 80%. Chastity is up next. Unless we knock him down right now, and then I can face the Pyre Hearts. Let's see who we have to pick from. Ooh, the Withdrawn. They're tough. Dissidents. The Essence. Eesh. None of those are very appealing. And none of them really are going to mess with the lineup up here. Well, I'm kind of curious. I'm curious about two things, actually. I'm curious what Tamitha will say, knowing that her sister is free. Curious what the Withdrawn will tell me about Oralek taking over their team last time. Let's do that. Now, the stars bid you to return to the nest of Triesta, where you shall stand against the Withdrawn once again. Your adversary, Witch Umilda, likely knows the cycle of rites is drawing to a close. Her last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain her freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside, striving to be free, your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself, are running out of time. After the liberation of Pamitha, you find the lone minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred this night. You think you see him tilt his head as you approach.
Loxaritas. Tu magasenta.
He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner and bids you a good rest of the evening.
Marin Frantes.
Can I talk to her yet? Is she gonna be mad?
Luberamtas.
At dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the nest of Trieste, but soon after, the stars shall draw you here. Wolford has a hunch you may find something of value along this route. Tizu has a hunch you may find something of value on this route. Now let's go here. Something about the harsh formations of Highwing Cove gives Wolford a strong intuition to explore the area. Together, you set out to take a look. There seems to be nothing in particular in the vicinity. Then, Wolford raises his voice. The object in question is lodged deep in the ground, and bears the mark of the rites. You sense you may be able to secure its contents, but the mystic wards will not be easy to undo. What shall you do with the locked container? Attempt to open it, or leave it behind? Oh, man. I was going to attempt to open it, but I saw that it says you may be better off pursuing your vocations. Which means I could put more experience into Wolfred, because I really want to make sure that he is worthy for the next rite. I'm not sure if he might be now, because he did gain some experience, but I don't really have any way of knowing for sure. Because I have 4 people left, right? Wolfred, Bertrude, Tay, and Tizo. I was thinking if I only had 3 left, it would make sense for them to not have banishment sickness be a thing. Like, just kind of disable it, because you can't show up to the liberation rite with 2 people. Well, can you? And you just, like, the other team gets a bye? That would be an interesting conclusion. Because I don't know under what circumstances banishment sickness, like, happens. If it's just by chance, if it's by being banished a number of times, if the chance goes up depending on how many times you're banished. So I absolutely want Wolfred to be able to go free, which means if I put him in the next match, I risk him getting banishment sickness. But if I do vocation, then I can mentor him and get him more experience that way. I feel like 1,000, you get 1,000 enlightenment, I should say. I should say enlightenment, not experience. Ooh, but I'm so curious what's in this box. Because I feel like I'm pretty good on items. And we may not even be able to open it. I kind of wish this game had like a quick save option. The remaining hours of the day are better spent on things other than tampering with the long-forgotten lockboxes. You return to the wagon to pursue your vocations. Oh, it's gonna kill me not knowing what's in that box. You find a remote spot where you and Wolfred can discuss any of his misgivings or fears about your journey or your fellow exiles. The conversation gives perspective and relief. There we go. That's gotta make him worthy now. Unless, oh man. I suppose they could say it's gotta be someone who's maxed out. That would be unfortunate. And if that's the case, then I need to put him in next match as well.
The simple Kiwi voice.
Oh man, I kind of want to max out. That's maxed. It'd be nice to max this out. Honestly, though, 95% to 100% is like not a big deal. It's already practically like he can zip like across the field and back and still not run out of stamina. So I don't really need to worry about that. What is this? Oh, I don't remember picking that up. I'll buy this just to buy something from Ron. Oh, you know what? It might be worth it to buy these to use for the last liberation fight. What do you think? Let's sell this because Pamantha's not on my team anymore. I can buy a couple of these. This is good. Oh, lets you respawn faster, right? This is good. Nice. Yeah, we get. Don't care about hope. It's an oddly philosophical question. I think I'm gonna get 2 of these. Oh, I don't have money for that. I'm gonna sell some of this other junk I haven't used this entire time. Get rid of this leech. I'll buy that. Because if it comes down to the last right, I don't care if these are temporary. Guess I might as well buy these too. Just gotta remember to use it. Not this right, but the next right. I can go ahead and use this one. Who should I give +1 hope? I'll give it to Wolfred. Am I good with this item? I like her bouncy aura. But it's honestly, like, not that useful compared to maybe some of these. Switch that in, I think. Okay. And that's maxed out. Alright, I think we're good on items. Thanks, Ron. Whew. The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rites. A hush has fallen over your fellow exiles, and a sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions is unfazed. She speaks of witch Omilda, the adversary whom you expect to face this night. Bertrude seems to think that Umilda can be weakened somehow through the coming rite. Huh. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with their strange light. The Star of Eastlak. Do so in our adversary, she shall be emboldened. Bertrand asks you to invoke the Star of Islak in this room. Huh.
Islak Astroborn. Sylvius Horse-Headed.
Oh yeah, see, this one's giving it now. It's giving me plus 10%.
Shanks
Normally it's-
6 Shoulders. Lord Gandroth. Archbeast.
Yeah, and it was just that one round. Well, now pretty much all these are just plus 3. But this guy is plus another 10.
The Tattered Mantle.
Alright, let's go for it.
Reader, it seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Bertrude slithers force, gazes at her adversary. So do you think I have to win to exercise her or whatever it is? It shall be done if we prevail. Baluniak. Oh shit. It seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Umilda shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall instead.
Choose now your band of traitors. Bertrude.
Bertrude.
Tizo. Volfred.
Terras.
It is done. Begin. Now it begins in earnest. A favorable start.
Just a few more of those and we're done.
Tread lightly. Oh no!
Gotcha.
One false move.
What? Ooh, that was close.
Down goes that one. Empire shan't survive much more of that.
Dang, look how long the tail is on that cube. Sorry, I gotta buy typography nerd every now and then.
Ah, the foul witch Udmilda. Would that she served the scribes as faithfully as the monstrosity which she adores. Another banishment.
I was curious to see if Bertrud's cast would go through these. Because it goes through objects, it says. Damn it. I feel like I should have had that. But, these pits aren't like really objects, right?
Engulfed within the aura.
But I guess they still count as like cover.
You have it.
What? That's some shit. Whoop! Jumped off the cliff, sure. Go for it, Bertrud. Come on.
I almost pity what transpired there.
No!
Not much force of will behind that thrust.
How's Pyre without vanishing? What? Oh.
Ah,
No, not this time.
seize the orb.
Yoink!
Tizo douse their pyre.
One more. See, we have pretty much the same strategy here. Oops. Woo! Oh shit.
All three knights.
Should not have picked that up. Where are you going, Bertrud?
Good.
Good. Holy crap. That blast radius is gigantic. Ooh,
Well, now that was exciting.
jump is not far. Oh, come on.
Unacceptable. How careless.
She tried to push me off. Oh,
Such chaos. All of the withdrawn gone. And it is done.
just for good
The
measure.
blasted
Tossing it in
life
on the last
prevailed somehow. Perhaps they do deserve their freedom after all. The ceremony is complete.
Which Amilda continues with her screaming, having been defeated in the rite. I was thinking, so if I defeat them here, and if I'm correct that the next Liberation Rite is the last one, I'm never going to face them again anyway, so why do I really care about making her weaker? I think there might be some other implications here. You observe Bertrud there, fixed in a meditative pose. As Bertrud recedes into the shadows, Amilda slumps down, staring at nothing before her. Amilda suffered -5 hope permanently. Yeah, like,
The rites do tend to teach something of trust. So Volfred learned a thing or two, so what?
I like for the story reasons, like, you know, activate the star, you know, a little bit of an extra, like, wrinkle in now I have another reason to activate it besides just getting a little bit of extra experience. But yeah, I hope that kind of resolves something between Gertrude and Milda and doesn't just, like, I don't know. Because like I said, there's no point in, like, giving her -5 hope, right? Like, I think even if I had won, they wouldn't have risen high enough to participate in the Liberation Party.
Karen betesetame.
I just kind of, like, feel bad. We just killed her faith in her god.
Praise be to Leus Glorian. To Gertrude all the ways of the 8 scribes laid bare. Praise be to Molten Melith.
Oh, Melith. I've been saying Militha.
May
Militha sounds cooler.
misfortune find you ere the turning of the stars.
Inside the wagon, after overcoming the Withdrawn, Kizo is discussing aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out.
Feliz Cavas.
Among what stars yet remain shining in the night, one of them now burns as bright as ever you have seen. The path to freedom calls to you again. Yep, one right, and we're off to liberation again. Probability of success is up to 83%. Yeah, where were they? Withdrawn. Yeah, there's 100% no way that we're gonna face them again. And this is interesting because I'm pretty sure the first time I played this game, it was the Tempers that I faced off against for the final. They actually beat me, and Ignarius went free. And I was curious, this game has an interesting way of making everything that happens feel like canon. Like, that there's at least some variation to how the story works and how, victories and defeats are treated, and characters can go free or not, and how that affects the story, right? But there's just certain things about, like, once it actually happens, you feel like, oh yeah, that was supposed to happen. Because everything is handled just so, like, with such gravitas and sincerity. So it made me really feel like, oh, I'm supposed to face the Tempers because Ignarius is, like, a more significant character. But it's just, this is what I'm getting at, is playing it through again has sort of answered that question for me. It's not like that. It's just, that's how it played out on my first playthrough. This playthrough is different. We're going to face probably the Chastity, which is interesting because, what's his face? Manly Tinderstoff has a beef with Volfred. I really hope we can beat him. So yeah, like, all these teams, like, it would be interesting to keep the Nightwing counterpart. Longer to see what happens in, like, the very final. So, like, Sir Deluge and Sir Gilman, Blendel and Hedwyn, Tamitha and Pamitha. That one's an easy one to remember. Ignarius and Jodariel. Would have been interesting to keep her sooner. Or keep her longer, I mean. Oh, and there's actually 2 Curs. There's Dalbert and Barker. But we set Ruki free pretty early on. And of course, Witcher Milda and Bertrude. We just faced her now, but I wonder how the story would be a little different if we faced her for the final. Anyway, onward. I feel like this match is going to be a pain in the ass.
Será temperus.
It makes a sound that almost like a laugh.
Macordnaresa.
Oh, that's not how I should have read that.
Sensoratalium.
The lone minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when first daylight comes, it shall be time again to take to the skies. Is Sandra ready to talk to me yet?
Instrusamtis.
No.
Igriata ligeratos.
Off we go. Hey. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. Oh shit. Of course. Orlek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. He stares down at all of you. Oh, so he's probably going to take the place of that last team again. Maybe I misremembered. I do remember a demon going free, but maybe it was Oralek and not Ignarius. Alright, Tay shall gain favor. Tizo shall gain favor. We definitely want Volfred. Tay is really, like, Tizo and Tay basically fill the same roles on my team, just being sprinters. I feel like Tizo is just slightly better at it because he can fly. And now at this point they both have kind of infinite stamina, so we're going with Tizo. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodial after your encounter with Orlek.
Sio Tanta. Templatave.
When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now, you are to confront Manly and the Chastity upon the summit. But first, you may prepare. So, is he or isn't he going to take their place? Gotta check on Sandra every every minute here. I can't quite remember how this played out. Later that afternoon, you accompany Tizo through the splendors of Temple High Road, the monument of Blue Squorian. Yeah, I can't say that one. Blue Squorian. You return to the wagon after he has finished paying his respects. The summit awaits, but first, there is time to continue practicing your vocations. Tizo gained +2 presence for the next rite. Let's actually remember to use it this time. Alright, so I think everyone is maxed out. Oh. Tay's not maxed out yet. I kind of want the satisfaction of maxing everybody out. But, I feel like I'm better off. something else. I don't need resources because I'm good on items. I don't need any money because everything's fully leveled up. So, as we're studying in Pyre, you locate a secluded area nearby where you should be able to study the Book of Rites. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Focus on which aspect of the Book of Rites. Let's go for presence. You attune yourself to the strange and mystic properties of the Book of Rites, embracing such as What? I feel like that's a really awkwardly worded sentence. You attune yourself to the strange and mystic properties of the Book of Rites, embracing such as possible that which cannot be explained or truly known. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within. You cannot tell. You gain the reader's influence tenacity. A messenger imp somehow tracks you down in the quiet solitude of Mount Elodium and delivers to you recent news and rumors from the other side. Specifically, the imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what became of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solomon. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where, despite her connection to the High Wing remnants, her past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background. Yet, she refused to cooperate, and instead demanded to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. Oh no. But when they threatened her with a resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Tamitha said at last that she would think it over and return with the decision soon. Man, if we just set her free, she gets in there and she just makes a big fuss and just gets re-exiled all over again. that does seem very tempting, but... Next she was seen, however, was among Volfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said she has attached her loyalty, at least for the time. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking. Oh, here we go. I mentioned this on a previous session. Because there's like a lot of different endings and like epilogues that can like link together depending on which combination of characters go free. There's like, I don't know, 25 different endings or something like that. And occasionally, I think, because the game is sort of meant to be played multiple times, so you can just kind of see like what happens and experiment a little bit, I think they drop little hints about, maybe this may or may not affect the chances of the revolution working, the whole plan thing. But to me, this is a big hint that something unique can happen if both Pamitha and Tamitha go free. So this implies that Tamitha would also join the plan, but I'm not sure if that's true for all of the other characters. I think a lot of them want to go free and just do their own thing. There's also a hint of this earlier too, because one of the first times you go up against Pamitha on your team, you like kind of read her mind, and she's like saying to herself like, please not me, please my sister, like, she wants her sister to go free instead of herself. So I think there's more to it. That, I don't know. I'm not going to immediately start streaming this game all over again, but maybe at another time in the future we can compare. In spite of some mixed feelings, the news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next fight. You are returned once more to Scribe's Gate, where the Gate Guardian awaits under a dim sky.
Escutil Noxalas.
Salutiam, Ceres.
Simnaterus. Vorana Cramptus.
Once more, your companions cross the gate, one after another, and once more, you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all, and waves you through. Towards the sun.
Norigasun Gratas. Kibaret.
Samea.
Redira Tempta.
Felamta, Ceres. Acertaba.
You gotta think.
The plains that sleep below to the
Yeah, they're singing together.
Hear the song of joy. Lost and lonesome bride on the hill and in the valley, where the weeping flowers hide from the sun.
Alright, dude.
Maritio Compra?
But yeah, I love that. I love all the stuff Supergiant does with music in their games.
Talos de Cognitaros.
Hades did this too. You remember the little storyline between Orpheus and Eurydice? That they both... Orpheus is the court musician, and Eurydice is his muse, and while they're separated, Orpheus is too depressed to sing, despite that being his job. Whenever you encounter Eurydice out in Asphodel, she's always singing, and so you become very familiar with her part of that song. And then it's not until much, much, much later in the game, but by talking to the two of them and going back and forth, you finally hear Orpheus singing his part. And I don't know this because I haven't gotten that far, but I suspect you'll get to a point where they both sing together. Very much like the Lone Minstrel and Celeste the Gate Guardian. And then, of course, on top of that, I'm sure you've noticed that each team has kind of their own variation of theme. And so whenever you go and do a rite, their theme plays, like their the song that plays during battle is like a variation that includes their version. And then for the liberation rites, Celeste and the Lone Minstrel's vocals are layered on top of that. So you actually end up with like many different combinations of the rite theme. Anyway, let's talk to Ron. What happened to your sale, man? Thought you were gonna put stuff on sale. Oh, I only have 28. Oh, you can't even sell these things. I'm just gonna dump these down here because I'm gonna forget. I guess it doesn't matter. You can't sell them by accident. I kinda wanna buy this. How much is it? 96. Dude, those are way more expensive than they used to be. Oh no, I'm thinking of these. And this one's new. Another +4 hope. Oh, you know what? It just occurred to me, you might not be able to use more than one of these on the same character. At least maybe not more than one of the same one. Welcome back. I'm just trying to figure out which items I want to invest in here. Let's sell some of this other junk. And we're down to 2 gold. Who needs some presents? I think putting it on Volfred is the best choice because he basically has 2 auras. And I think they're both affected by his presence. So here you go, man. 23 presents. Wow, that's actually more than Tizo. Didn't realize he was that high. He's a tree, of course he's high. So last time we talked to Ron, he was like, hey, I'm thinking about putting on a sale. What do you guys think? And we told him, yeah, do it. And then nothing happened. I was kind of hoping like it'd be like a nice little discount for us. Oh, commence the liberation right. Here we go. This is... just came back in here to access this menu. Alright, so I've got 2 of these. I think I've got 2 of each, right? Presence, quickness, and hope. Alright, we're gonna give them to Volfred. And do presence. Oh, I could just give him, like, another one. Alright, who's my team for this? I'm thinking Volfred, Bertrude, Tizo. I have to decide now, because I have to decide who I want to put these potions on. Oh, serums. Yeah. Let's give Bertrude some quickness. Some quickness as well. Oh, wow, Bertrude actually has more quickness than Tizo. That's unexpected. Who should give more presence? This is up to 27. Let's give some more to Bertrude. Use her on offense quite a bit. And then Hope. He's got the least hope, 16, 11, 21. Alright, so I'm going to give one to Bertrude. Considering trying to buy the rest of these, how much do I need? About 100? Got 100 in here. I'm trying to get like extra prepared and min-maxed because I remember, you know, I faced a different team. I faced the, what did I say, the Templars before. Perfect. And a 1 gold. Very nice. So last time I faced the Templars, but I remember it being a very challenging matchup. I mean, you know, it should be. It's kind of like it's the final boss of the game. I'm sure the enemy team is going to be maxed out, so I will take all of the help I can get. More presents. 31. Nice. I'm trying to think of who generally gets banished by the other team the most. Probably Bertrude, because I tend to play pretty aggressive with her, so here we go. Alright. Here we go. Alright, Ron. Got a bunch of new stuff for you. Whew. Here we go. The time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the Chastity, achieve the same instead. The Lone Minstrel has returned, and approaches as you await the signal from the stars.
Pratere liberatus. Sirim darava.
Have you deduced how many liberation rites are still to come? I'm just supposed to know? From playing before, I know this is the last one. I like it, but I like how confident this answer is. 2 remain, including this one. You guess that perhaps this is to be the very last liberation rite, given that the stars have continued fading at all. But the Lone Minstrel only shakes his head.
Arestralevas.
What?
Sumta verias.
So is there going to be like one and then one right after it? We're going to get like a Fibonacci sequence, reverse Fibonacci sequence right here. I just use up all my potions for nothing. Maybe they're like back to back. I mean, that makes sense for the number of characters I have left on my team. I've got 4, so I can send one free and still be able to compete.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Volunta lorigas.
Volunta lorigas.
Regita noxalas.
Manly flourishes onto the grounds and grasps his mask in his spindly fingers.
Idicaritas.
pensate lorigas?
Ulta coverantas.
Dang, we didn't talk
Whom
about
shall
it.
you attempt to send home this time?
Usually there's like a bit of a build-up of anticipation before, like a character or two even will come to you and say like, hey, you should pick me this time. Or hey, you shouldn't pick me this time. Unworthy. Okay, so yeah, for the last rite you have to be maxed out at level 5. Alright, Volfred, here we go.
Volfred.
Renira Vastikas.
Who shall
Damn,
be
look how
at
big
his
his array
side?
is. Alright, and we prepared Bertrude.
Bertrude.
Oh yeah, because she's got a crush on Mr. Volfred over there. Forgot about that one. And Tizo.
Tizo. The choice is cast.
Here we go.
Commence.
Bam! Off to a real good start here. Maybe all those serums were overkill. What? Something stirs in the sky. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, then the rite shall continue ere one pyre or the other is put out. What? Some crazy shit going on. Did not mean to pick that up. I hate when they like throw it at me. Oh, I should have thrown it. Damn it. Pick it up, go for it. Oh, you did. It's like my favorite trick now. You guys okay over there? That was weird. Enough of that shit.
Fine.
This match is going kind of weird, don't you think?
Sorry, Manly.
Woo, down to
is at hand.
What's really gonna happen here?
And there it is, at last. The blasted Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen
So
the
where's Orla?
exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Letare Marcos. Summitranum fai.
So Wolford would have been okay staying behind as long as everyone else achieved the plan. Good to know for another playthrough.
Renan Oxanas. Reader, until we stand again together.
He was just speaking in English. Of course, because he's literate. He knows how to read. He's not speaking the weird downside language that everybody else does. Oh, that's really cool. With that, Wolfred Sandalwood vanishes into the Shimmer Pool and calls out from within as his return journey begins.
Karen de Tezetamen.
Wolfred earned back his freedom. May he return.
Godspeed, Wolfred Sandalwood. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
He returned to the wagon after having prevailed against the Chastity in the Liberation Rite. You succeeded in liberating Wolfred, who returned to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to Mount Elodiel for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of your plan. Oh shit, I fucked up.
Tas impare rictus.
I thought for sure that was the last one. Because I wanted to use all those tings. The plan is now at 93% though. I've been trying really hard not to reload in this game, and I haven't done it yet. But I think I'm going to load this just to see where it puts me. I'm not sure where... It probably saved after. Let's find out. Yep.
Tas in Pyre rictus.
Oh, and they're not back to back. I thought they're okay, I guess there's still one in between. Well, so much for that plan. But I don't think it matters who's up there. I set myself up to face the Pyre Hearts because they're a bunch of chumps. But I think Oralek's crew shows up and takes the place of whoever you're supposed to fight. The only benefit I get out of this fight really is that Tay gets to level up. Since Volfred disappeared into the Shimmer Pool after the Liberation Rite, Tizo has been in a rather sullen mood. You can imagine why. Apart from the Lone Minstrel, he has known Volfred longer than anyone among you. Just then, the Lone Minstrel joins the both of you. I know. The little imp runs over to him then. We hold each other tight for a moment. Tizo goos plaintively at this. Tizo manages a smile. Then he turns to you. They head out into the dark. Volfred, the one-time leader of the Nightwings, you wonder just what sort of impact someone such as he may have back in the Commonwealth. You know full well his loss among the Nightwings is going to be felt, even as the plan of which you are a part comes that much closer to fruition. Does Sandra have anything to say yet?
Reciprastes.
Nope. Alright. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the spring of Jormir, for what appears to be the final time. Therefore, or thereafter, you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. Dang, who are we gonna set free? Tizo? I feel like Tizo deserves it. I mean, Tay kind of deserves it too, but I feel like she's doing pretty well out here. Although, fair enough, Tizo was born out here. How about now? Sandra?
Kokre solishem.
Nope.
Ariata liberatus.
You and Tay wander together for a while through the desolate sprawl of Fall Flat, sometimes in circles. What exactly she is looking for, she cannot explain. Eventually, however, she happens on something that never caught your notice.
Teviralistis.
The object she procures does seem to emanate with some sort of faint and ancient power. You received Wisdom Trace. You sense something from it. Grants an exile plus 1,000 enlightenment. Okay. Tay seems to be speaking to herself again. She is unaware of your presence, or shows no sign of it at least.
Nea discala.
She is reciting passages from the Book of Rites, though to your knowledge, she cannot read.
Loreomatas.
She pauses for a while, as though listening, and nods her head from time to time.
Domi masarunto koloshe.
She wanders out into the afternoon, leaving you there to consider her words. In the Commonwealth, her unwavering faith in the 8 scribes would have been seen as a delusion. Such prayer or communion was forbidden. The scribes were mythical figures, but even they worshipped the stars, and it was the stars that lighted the way for the founders of the Commonwealth, or so its leaders taught. But does Tay want to go free or no?
Aqui se faz.
Dang, a pile of stardust. Raises the rank of certain talismans plus 10. Oh, I can sell this. Man, I'm still pretty blown over using all those items all at once. About buying this. Since Wolfred's gone, I don't have his ability that gives me a retry. Someone should carry this ashen coal too. Oh, it should be Bertrude. I'm gonna leave it for now, but for the last rite, oh no, there are solid objects. I keep thinking like when you get there, it's like glass. The final Liberation Rite battlefield. I don't know what they call it. But stuff like pops up. So going through stuff is still very useful. That's like a must, and being able to heal your Pyre is a little bit better than starting with extra fire. So I think I'm just going to leave that out, I guess.
Compare
Sorry,
power
Ron.
mais.
After making all the necessary preparations amid the dry flats of the Spring of Jomir, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events.
Ah,
A lone minstrel appears, bearing some sort of news.
Tesulum Tave. Tasenta Kalas.
If what he says is true and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken. Well, shit. Titan Star was still on. Gotta make sure to turn that off next time. Maybe that's why they were all freaking out.
The Commonwealth. Your home. Today it is aflame. Much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Oh, this is a cool feel. Yeah, so I was wrong. There's one more final liberation rite.
Roshta.
I don't know if I just miscounted or if this is playing out differently. Tamitha's fixation on the Commonwealth seemed not easily dissuaded, though perhaps she decided to pursue revenge some other way.
Costa Fara.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name? Tizo. Tay.
Shiru-sama?
Bertrude. Kurajan. Predictably decided.
Yeah, I only have 3 to choose from. And this is the part where I'm saying, like, I don't think banishment sickness is a thing anymore, because then I couldn't compete in the next one.
Lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you.
Wow, that is disconcerting as heck. Just, the other team is just not there.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail by default. Not that their adversaries even care.
And once again, with you know, the dynamic music system, we hear just the little guitar or lute Nightwings part of it, and then the other side is supposed to contribute their own theme to the right music, and it's just not there. It just makes it feel very empty.
Boundless are the teachings
I
of the
think Tizo feels bad
scribes.
about being the one to throw it in.
I eagerly await our next such outing.
No one speaks further of the essence back in the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the rite that is to come.
La fortumare.
Strale salutas. Pratere regeratus.
The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon's door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. The dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the endpoint of your path. You see plain the golden star of Solion. Oh look, all their names are crossed out. What? Probability of success is up to 95. It's almost like whoever we send will tip it over. You are summoned to the Fall of Solion for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. You sense that, if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest-lived ones. The stars reveal to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Oralek. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves.
Sevature.
I wonder if there's a way to not have to do that. If there's some way you can like talk them down and do like a legit final. But I'm guessing no. I think it's just the way this game is written. The group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Elodial to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who? We send Sandra?
Kirsa Zarakumte,
Nope, still doesn't want to talk to me.
Jare Agetensa.
Fine. Oh, so I guess... Oh, this occurred to me.
Foolish reader,
Hang on.
your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
What was I going to say? Oh, I didn't get any enlightenment from that last rite. Kind of makes sense. But I did dig up that, wisdom thingy. So I can still max out Tay if I want to. By dawn, you are already up and about. After a troubled slumber, the Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Solion. No one speaks. As you lift into the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood.
Ligeratus. Tristatage.
The lone minstrel wishes to play his ballad, Pyre. Of course. You urge the lone minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align, the rites shall come to bear, illuminating the signs. The exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in the flame. The end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make upgrade. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
Such a cool song. You touch down amid the sublime grandeur of Mount Melodial to make pilgrimage to the summit for one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Still checking on Sandra every chance I get. I feel like there was, maybe it's, I don't know if it's because I did something different or if I just haven't been keeping up with her as much this playthrough, but my first time playing, I feel like there was more of a relationship between her and the reader. Like, almost a romance kind of thing. But not this time. After having landed, you join Bertrude on an expedition to the monument of Molten Melith for what is likely to be the final time. Soon, she is finished. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Molten Melith has shown you favor. At dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy what little time you have to spare. Bertrude gained +3 glory for the next rite. And this time, I can't forget to use her. Alright, we're in pretty much the same situation as we were before. Although, I could do the mentoring. There's another way to level up Tay if I wanted her to be worthy, except I do have this item. I'm not going to forget to use it, and here you go. Bing!
Tia Santa Audi Maria. Amina Rasium?
Alright, what do we got here? When saluting, Tay automatically leaps toward the orb if no one has it. The brief charge-up time before Tay jumps or sprints is virtually eliminated. Oh. If she could jump the way Bertrude does, that would be pretty sweet. I like this one. Do you know how often I've saluted? It's basically a taunt. It sounds interesting, but automatically leaps toward you. I wonder if she just like goes right to it, like no matter how far it is, or if it's just like a big jump. I want to go for this one. I feel like it's kind of rare for the orb to be just out by itself with no one else around, and so I just feel like if she jumps right towards it, that's a good way to get her banished by mistake. because I don't know how much control you have over her trajectory while she's on the way there. I'm guessing not much. So, we're back to this being the only real viable option. Despite your growing knowledge of the Book of Rites, you yet struggle to grasp certain aspects of its teachings. Through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. Focus on which aspect of the Book of Rites. I'm going to go for presence again. Always like having the bigger aura. The texture of the pages of the book, the foreign bindings, despite the volume's age, it shows so little sign of wear. At times, the power emanating from it almost overwhelms you. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within. You can't tell. You gain the reader's influence, in essence. Onward. Here in the fading glory of Mount Elodial, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn this imp was personally sent by Volfred himself to fill you in on all the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Soleon. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms, and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first. But he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth have been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the Revolution in a daring raid. The Commonwealth claims he perished in the Brazen Act. Now, Volfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you, to transform the Commonwealth according with his plan. He closes with a message to you all. Have faith, we shall prevail together in the end. You thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking. The news of Volfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. Your companions gain +1 hope for the next rite. Good luck, Volfred! You stand before the Scribe's Gate with your companions. The Gate Guardian is there, as ever, but you sense something different in her.
Escutil Noxalas. Simnaderus.
Salutiam, Seras.
Ompisacare.
Taruntadage.
Petara Nilum. Ransage Lostium.
Do these people live that long? I've always gotten the feeling that Tariq and Celeste were like some kind of celestials. I feel like her name is a hint. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. Finally, you step forth once more. You, a common wanderer who vowed to help his friends be free again, and who managed to come this far with this group. The Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit.
Gratan Octolorica. Nisasaivaros.
Fa.
Rictus Tafinem.
Ha. Remis Cavas.
The Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodiel for the 7th time, the final time in which any one of you shall have a chance to leave the downside. The Beyonder Crystal seeks you. Wait. Normally when someone newly qualifies for a trial, it will say the Beyonder Crystal seeks whoever. And the last we spoke with Sandra, she said, what'd she say? She said, don't bother me until I ask to speak with you. And now, and I was wondering, like, how's she gonna do that? She can't leave the crystal. We just found out.
Precipitas rare. Mira zera truja.
Remember, I was saying they had a little bit more of a relationship.
Para truja prastes. Orerenta.
Sandra wishes for you to claim the Beyonder Crystal for yourself. It's an interesting proposition. My first thought is, well, this helped, she and her little crew, helped train up and inspire my team. But, like she said, there's no reason for them to stick around anymore, because if the rights are ending, then, I was thinking, like, it would be, the charitable or the right thing to do to leave it for the next group of Nightwings to come through and, do their whole thing. But if there isn't going to be any Nightwings, then, like she said, it's kind of useless. So I don't really see the harm in doing it. I'll agree to that. You grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised. She is at a loss for a moment. Then, she's fired up, man. And it's not there. You can't look at it anymore. I will say a couple things. Actually, let me double check that I'm not correct about this. Okay, yeah. I wish once you reach that point, that it either showed up as an item that you could equip to somebody. Although I get it. She said, She wants to go with the reader, not any of these other guys. Or people, I should say. But I wish there was something else to that. I'm sure that affects the story, like the end game. But I always thought it'd be really, really cool. Maybe there still is a way, and I just don't know what it is. But I wish there was a way for her to break her out, and she could join your team. Anywho, it's just, I think it's just sort of how the lore goes. Like, the Beyonders are their own team, right? So you can't have a Beyonder on the Nightwings, because that'd be like having the Tempers on the Nightwings, or so, etc. Oof. Anyway.
Say what? Data Calamayos, Thomasay.
Oh, Ron's going out of business. And all his stuff is on sale. Okay, I was waiting for that. I should have known that right wasn't going to be the last one. When there was no sale, and not only was there no sale, he didn't talk about it at all. So I should have realized, oh, that's unresolved. Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off. Great. Oops. Did that work? Try and take a screenshot. It's not working. Mound of Stardust for 200. Wow, you can just straight up raise it plus 20. It's pretty crazy. I guess you could just buy one of these level minimum is rank 5. I don't see what the point is of plus 20. I guess because the next one down is plus 10. Oh, sorry, Ron. I don't know if I'm ready for this, man. This is gonna be tough. You have gained the summit of Mount Elodial for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your way as you await the commencement of the final liberation rites. The Lone Minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there, perhaps, some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far.
Negaratus. Yara Amitage.
And the whole band is breaking up. He looks up and he extends his hand in friendship. He clasps it. You see, Tay has joined you. All of your companions are there with her, in fact.
Himanolia.
You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions, with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. This is my final team here.
Ceramiscus.
He departs. After this night, the outcome of Wolford's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided. One way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. The stars have joined us. Yeah, let's turn this off. I don't need my adversaries to be even more cunning. They're going to be pretty tough to begin with. Alright, I think, let's just double check. I think they're all on. Alright. Here we go.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves, each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Just picturing the Nightwings fighting each other right after right after right for eternity. Before the lone minstrel can concur, as per custom. Good. The demon Orolek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. Oh, I'm trying to remember. So I lost against the Withdrawn, but I'm wondering if that loss was when Orolek and his team took over. I don't think it was. I think they legitimately beat me. Plus 40. Damn.
Pyre, Gratus.
Noxalas.
It is time now to choose who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time. The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one, you meet the gazes of each of your fellow exiles. Hey, Bertrand, Pisa, your fellow exiles, your companions, your friends. Together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? You can actually say no. Wow, I am like very curious what happens if you say no. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
I would really like to send Tay, but I think Tizo is the right choice here. Of course, this is all assuming I actually win. It still feels like, even though we've made this decision like 3 times, it still feels like a big deal. Alright, we're going with Tizo.
Tizo.
Oh man. Tizo is deeply moved by your decision, but regrets that you are forced to choose just one. I thought it was about to say, but regrets that you chose him. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Tizo as well as you.
Who shall strive for him? Te
Istale Octalorigas.
Bertrude. Very well.
That dude is fucking gigantic. Alright, so they got a demon, they got an imp, and they got a human. You sense Orlek is searching for you, almost reaching out to you. Then Orlek stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. Dude, you can't go to the bathroom now. This is like the final showdown. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Nisasevaros,
L'alzare.
una pretavis.
Penelovale.
Don't mess with Tizo.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Nope. Oh, they really like that trick. Whoop. Throwing the orb at you so that you drop your aura. Nice. And then they just get you because they get their aura back because they're no longer carrying you. Just then, the skies above begin to rain down fire. Final throes of the cycle of rites. The ending of the age. Yo, what? The fuck? Glad I got that extra hope. Damn, that dude's big. Bertrude. Yes. No! Damn it. Yeah, sure, I'll take it, thank you. I gotta try out her new jump, too.
Banishment. The orb!
Oh shit. We just like run right into him. Sure, it'll work. Get got, man.
Seize the orb!
Oh, you still have to like charge it up. It's a faster charge, but you still have to push the button and let it go. It's not instantaneous.
Oralek was struck. The orb slips from your clutches.
Whoa. Damn, he knocks me.
Now you poor Nightwings.
Damn.
The orb sails forth into the flame.
Oh, hey, Rin. How is Pyre? Well, I'm sorry to say you're kind of like joining right at like the end of the game, but it is fantastic.
Audacious, aren't we? Was a crushing blow against their pyre.
It's kind of hard to fully encapsulate like how well told the story is, and just the particular brand of storytelling that this game harnesses is pretty impressive. Oralek stands, breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. What's he gonna try?
How he has changed, that Oralek.
Oh shit.
Grown old and bitter all these many years. Wherever went old Oralek?
Oh man, they're targets, man. Oh, that was
Fire's wane.
You mean to play their other games because you love Bastion. Oh yeah. I've it's kind of funny that you joined me tonight because I'm just finishing off Pyre, and that's after having played Transistor and Bastion, and I've played the heck out of Hades. Yeah, they're all excellent.
There it is, at last.
Oh, I did it.
The
That wasn't quite as bad as I remember the first time.
Nightwings.
What game you got
prove their
next?
worth.
Good question.
Rather convincingly, I must admit. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Oh, look at his little suit. His little liberation robes. You look upon Tizo for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now, the Shimmer Pools shall engulf them. Any moment now, he shall return to glory and join with Wolfred's agents in the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now, the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
Oh no. I have goosebumps right now. My blood went cold. Each prior time upon the fall of Solion, the Shimmer Pool has opened, following the liberation rites, and taken in whichever exile prevailed. Oh yeah, thanks for dropping by. Have a good night. But now, all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, that the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlek approaches, his head bowed. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again. Different somehow, but open. Tizo looks upon it, but it does not engulf him, or at least not yet. Ooh, it looks very red and very evil. What's going on here? The Shimmer Pool is flung wide open? What? Orlek strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but he glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice. Wait, Tizo gets to choose? Tizo chooses you. He wants you to be free. You are free to go. What? Tizo? Tizo wishes to give up his freedom so that you may regain yours. His choice may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Wait, what? Until one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. Holy shit. So if I pick Tizo, is he going to pick me, and then I'll pick Tizo again, and then the thing will close, and none of us get to go free. Oh, man. Oh, that's so interesting. Because it's like, you otherwise would never have a chance to go free yourself. So this is like kind of your moment. And of course, we just went through all of that decision-making stress to choose Tizo. Plus, we don't know what the, how the percentage would shake out between picking Tizo or myself. And how that might affect the plan. But then there's this third option, like, Orlek has kind of done some, like, mean stuff, like taking over the rights and all that. But it comes down to this, like, he earned his rightful freedom long ago, right? But he got denied it because he got betrayed by one of his teammates. It's not his fault that he's still stuck here. Not entirely, anyway. but I'm going to prioritize the plan. I think yourself is the way to go. As much as I would like to let Tizo go free, he made his choice, and I want to respect that. So here we go. Plus, I also didn't get this opportunity the first time I played, so I want to see what happens. Your mind is made up. You have chosen to be free yourself. Oh, I also think there's some wisdom in what Oralek was saying, like, this is something you should take seriously, not just like, you know, toss back and forth. It's not hot potato.
Va pensare.
Tizo looks to you, this one last time, his heart filled with unspoken understanding. You turn then to the lone minstrel for an instant, but another instant later, he is gone. He and everyone. All you feel is the coldness of the rush of water coursing all around you. Tizo gave his freedom so that you may yet have yours. May you return in glory.
Godspeed, reader. By the scribes, no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites. It is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
Of course, man. They're not actually going to show the Commonwealth. That night, an exiled reader returned to the Commonwealth. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Volfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles and the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. The people surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn, it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this, and we remember the exiles of the downside, whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. Oh, cool. So we can see these are all the characters that can go free. Choose someone to learn what became of them since last you met. Oh, right. This is a whole thing. What happened to Tizo? Once the rites had ended, the imp Tizo had a job to do, quite unlike most exiles trapped forever in the downside. The lone minstrel asked that he watch over the Black Wagon, which the Nightwings had used extensively for travel and for shelter all throughout their quest. Tizo obliged, for he knew that wagon, as well as its drive imp inhabitants, perhaps better than anyone. What became of the wagon exactly was never verified as evidence of Tizo's thorough work. After that, he liked to while away his days with any of his friends, or else with fellow imps. He would visit his friend Tay at every opportunity. She was among the few who could consistently interpret what he meant, and they were always close since first they met. Wolfred Sandalwood would sometimes send him little gifts, all the way from the downside. Despite the insurmountable distance between them, their friendship proved more than resilient. Tizo often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. Indeed, Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time with the Nightwings, and their many adventures throughout the land that was always his home. Other than that, Tizo would sometimes help interpret for messenger imps relaying news to and from the Sarian Union. Despite having gained significant celebrity abroad, he never let it go to his head. And he would go fishing in the Sea of Solace at every single chance he got. This is going to be a lot to read. But we're going to get through it.
Sedame frunka.
Oh, is it going to do both of them together? Great. As the cycle of the rites drew to a close, it grew evident that a chance of freedom from the downside had forever slipped from Dalbert and Almer Oldhart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Jomir Valley. There they struggled to get by, as exiles of the downside tend to. Some time after the rite had ended, the Oldharts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down, along with his son. Dalbert Oldhart passed peaceful in his sleep before the next new moon. Oh. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Almer began a new journey. One day, during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile, after paying homage at the spring of Jomir. He was stunned to find that this was none other than the one he knew as Tay, from their days as adversaries in the rites. Tay was overjoyed to see him, though Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives in the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Oldhart did not think about his father, give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert's would be there among them, smiling down at his son and watching over him and his kin. Oh, so what happened to Tay?
Conceal Tavidias?
Long after the rites had ended, Tay admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least, she had a very good feeling, or a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much, because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes, who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Among her friends, she always remained close with Tizo, who, more than anyone, could always make her laugh. Though they could not see each other any longer, Tay often thought about Judariel, and spoke to her as though she was there. Tay tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Judariel might say. One day she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldhart, who had served the Fate. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites, and their different points of view about the scribes, formed the basis of what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Tay always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave life in the downside, with courage and with grace. Oh, that sounds like a pretty happy ending for someone who didn't get to go free. Alright, let's knock out some of these other guys down. After the final liberation rites, Lendl refused to believe the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night, staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance of freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. But Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted, rather forcefully, that any evening now, the stars would shine for him again, and mark the way toward his inevitable freedom. He was, of course, mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there have been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger, only to find himself facing another. He'd escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion. He'd escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth. And now, he had escaped the rites. After the rites had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient test were crestfallen, as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last, there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyre hearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him, for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in the worm population observed in the vicinity. Oh, so let's see if our right against Umilda paid off. Besides just giving her some like brain damage or some shit. After the cycle, the rites had ceased, which Umilda returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the pit among them. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time, and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Milith erupted into flame. So intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from Jomir Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many bog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. A tempest blowing from the north finally quenched the flames. When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition, no trace of which Umilda could be found. As for the contents of the pit, which notably included a profane object thought to be the remains of Islak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, Umilda's repeated threats of the return of Islak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. Kind of odd. Ooh, alright. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling. So when the rites ending, he did not care. First, he soon grew very bored. The rites had given his life a certain sense of structure he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His packmates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate, and thus they ran against each other back in Jomir Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaws some healthy competition. He just formed his own league. His old feud with Rookie Greentail ceased meaning anything to him, and he forgot all about it amid his new pursuits. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more was oft debated. Oh. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. I mean, he continued them when everyone else, at least so far, was intent to forget about him. Alright. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact vengeance on her ancient enemies. See, this is what I was saying. I think you're supposed to send Tamitha instead of Amitha. When she realized the rites had ended, and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people, however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth defenses, and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, the Commonwealth had fallen. The Highwing remnants thus prevailed at last, without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood. Excuse me. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood sister Pamitha was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was very skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once, a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to an impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness.
Más spectacular.
When Manly Tinderstoff realized the rites had ended, and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through his ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribes, spewing forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He maintained regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp, and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstoff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin, to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him, either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Tempers to call it quits. But first, he and the Tempers decided to celebrate, and that they did, for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside. The exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring complete strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. Did work for that red light district in the Commonwealth, right? However, he sometimes thought about the one he had called Curly Horns, and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. Yeah, so I'm curious what happens if you keep Judariel around for a little bit longer, if they get together or something. Oh, there's also some things like their stories can change depending on if they're both on the same side, so to speak. So if I had left Jodariel behind, they might have gotten together, or if he had gotten his freedom as well as she did, they might get together. I think the same side thing is actually more important in some cases than whether or not the plan is successful. After the Shimmer Pool closed for what would be the last time, Oralek looked around him, in the flickering light of the Nightwing's still burning pyre. He then turned to the Fall of Solium and looked up toward the black, starless sky. He cursed the 8 scribes, then, one after the other. After that, he strode forward, toward the waters coursing from the side of Mount Elodial, and, without hesitating, he cast himself down. Oralek's body was never recovered. The drop from Mount Elodial does not appear survivable, though Oralek did survive it once. That time, however, he was filled with fury. Such was the betrayal he had suffered when his fellow exile claimed his rightful freedom. Tried to, she died in the process. This time, Oralek was filled with nothingness, and chose to leave the downside in the one way he still knew he could. Hey, why didn't Manly try it that way? The other Nightwings, who were witness to this, never forgot what they saw. Oof. Sandra!
Legitamo templi.
After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings became inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest the exile of the Nightwings, who remained in the downside, continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseen. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than the result of an active imagination or a fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch have been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. Sisters of the Arch. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown. Yet, those exiles of the Nightwings who claimed to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence, or perhaps a little fear. Whoa! Sandra has appeared before you, as well you can see. She laughs. She is referring to the account of her. You sense she does not care for it. Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Sometimes Sandra just needs a little time to vent. She values that you listen. I like that one. You let Sandra have her moment. Soon the flash of anger passes, and she's back to her usual self. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away, safe. I like that there was that little interruption? I don't know what to call that. Aside? It was an aside. That's what it was. Several exiles of the Nightwings cared more for the plan of Sandalwood than to return home from the downside. The crone called Big Bertrude was a prime example. She had found a suitable environment to live within the dismal kingdom known as... Kingdom? It's a bit much. Within the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. There she had built up a thriving place of business known to many exiles in the land. With the rites having ended, she returned to her preoccupations, working away, almost as though nothing had happened. When one gets to be more than 400 years of age, perhaps then even monumental events such as the culmination of the rites or the collapse of the Commonwealth are seen as trifling matters. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she had admired now for decades. Though they were very far apart now, she sought out news as to his whereabouts, and found his actions in the Sarian Union a rare source of inspiration. By and large, Bertrude kept focused on her work, whether casting small enchantments or imbuing talismans. The work brought her a sense of purpose, she would say. In the Commonwealth, such services were strictly forbidden, but in the downside, there was a real need for simple luxuries, which the competing slug market could not always provide. Sorry, Ron. Thus did Big Bertrude continue to live up to her name, and the tales of her days with the Nightwings made her that much more the living legend. I'm sure that's good for business. Speaking of Ron, with the rights drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it to one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth, in newly minted coinage from the Sarian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp, then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Sarian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's goods to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement with the Big Bertrudes and found a distribution partner on the other side through Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded. Business. Especially in the Sarian Union, Falcon Ron's goods are still known for their superior quality, though he assumes no liability for any side effects. After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth, and was vital to the outcome of the plan. The peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets. Identified to be a liberated exile, he was believed to be Golgothanian, reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps in the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Vikani Shiang. Zhang? Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night, and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Sarian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodario. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodario, Rookie Greentail, and the Reader of the Nightwings they might all be free again, together. His promise had come to pass, though he always knew that this was not his own doing. He was always deeply grateful to the other three, his closest friends. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not all able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so, in turn, did they oft think of him. When the worm Gilman returned to the Commonwealth, he believed that he had regained something even more important than his freedom, his honor. Gilman relinquished his knighthood and declined an opportunity to serve as captain on the Blood Border. He was not interested in fighting any longer. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those such as he, a circumstance soon came about in which there came a need for him to once again make use of his military training. Thankfully, however, the scribe's return ended peacefully, or peaceably. Gilman was on edge throughout that night, expecting violence to erupt at any moment, but the moment never came. When the matter was at last put to rest, Gilman truly knew his time as a knight had ended. Oh, you gotta go? Alright, man. Thanks for joining. Sorry this ending takes, like, 8 hours to read through. I guess you'll just have to play it for yourself and see what ending you come up with. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Unless, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstance, again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. He still trained regularly, just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend, Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for the counsel of the reader, and would regale him over and over about the time they squashed the spawn of unfathomed horns. What? Oh, right. He must be referring to the other guy. By that point, he had long forgotten about his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge. Yeah, him. His former commander. Breaking free of his abusive leadership was his first step toward gaining a bit of self-respect. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on a small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself, to be renewed each day. Nice. Ooh, we are almost done.
Consilta vidias.
After Rookie Greentail earned back his freedom, he returned to a lavish welcome ceremony in the Commonwealth, as was the tendency for liberated exiles. It was everything he could have hoped for, and soon he was well off, surrounded by luxury and choosing between various exciting opportunities. However, he must have given in to his better judgment, as he did end up siding with Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary forces, as he promised. On the night of Scribe's return, Greentail was there with the others, inspiring the masses. He never looked prouder, the very image of Jomir Many-Mane himself. When dawn finally came, and it became clear that the Commonwealth that everybody knew would be no more, he realized many new opportunities awaited. He began quite a lucrative career for himself, manufacturing and selling replica merchandise inspired by the downside. His main struggle was to meet demand. An aspect of the conscience cautioned him against making light of such a thing. But the money was too good, and soon his family was as well off as he always said. One of his orders of business was to seek out one of his old companions, Panmith the Thane, to whom he took a liking during their quest for freedom. Oh? They bonded further over a love of drink, and supported one another through uncertain times that lay in store. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close with the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Dario, I feel like we didn't get to know her very well. Water. After her liberation, Jadariel soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Sarian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was Solium Mur, reborn. She became a great, I'm getting tired. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jadariel's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. Whew. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Headwind all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Tay, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible on the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Tay was very capable of surviving on her own, and, in fact, she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember her days among the Nightwings, and with fondness, for the most part. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the Highwing Remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Wolfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night, the Highwing Remnants were slated to mount an assault, which, for some reason, never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between the Highwing Remnants and the new nation that would become our Sarian Union. Her previous attempt at something of the sort led her to exile. Wait, what? Her previous attempt at something of the sort led to her exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Sometime later, Pamitha had an unexpected run-in with Ruki Greentail, with whom she had spent a fair amount of time with, while traveling with the Nightwings. Under these new set of circumstances, it turned out that two had more to talk about, and rather more in common. They would often put to test which one was able to outdrink the other. It is unclear as to which one of them prevailed in that contest in the end. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the Highwing Remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope she might see her blood sister Tamitha there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people. However, she never responded to her blood sister's attempt to contact her. Pamitha, in turn, did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amidst an extensive trip abroad, where she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Sarian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. That's kind of nice. Alright, Wolfred. What you got for us?
Siltavidias.
When Wolfred Sandalwood regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun. The nation that had exiled him to life in the downside now prepared to honor him, but he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents, with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully preparing for a night that soon would come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake. Not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. he hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario had become impossible. But Sandalwood did not relent, and prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of the scribe's return, he stood as one of 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together through the streets. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring that this was his priority that night, and in the end the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work far from over still. Sandalwood's work far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. This transitional period had its troubles, though none that were not quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibility. After the Surian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. He invited the perspective of the reader of the Nightwings at every opportunity, and counted him one of his chief advisors and most trusted friends. As Volfred Sandalwood gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom that the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him, each in turn, by name. He never forgot any of them. So I wonder if that's saying that you don't necessarily need to free Volfred in order for the plan to succeed. Or that maybe there's, like, you know, when you free everybody, they each have their own, it ups your chance of success by a certain amount. So I'm sure it's like a hidden value. So I wonder if Volfred's is like, that's a hint that Volfred's is like very small compared to others. One day, on his birthday, the people of the Surian Union presented to him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow former exiles and our cause. La causa! Oh, are we doing these 2 separately? Please just... Okay. Ooh. Alright, last one. I've got like 2 cups of water next to me, by the way. If you don't believe me. Lots of talking in this. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the lone minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt, but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodial with Celeste, where the 2 of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all of this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Surian Union, and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims as having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folktale suggests these minstrels were heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we knew and rejoined their patrons. One of their favorite songs describes another, simpler outcome, that the two gave up their duties to the rights in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs. For it was they who watched over the rights and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, always directionless and prone to misremembering at times. I wonder what that's based on. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink. He showed them the path. He pressed onward with the others. He had made a vow to help his friends be free. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. That freedom he indeed achieved ere the morning's light. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice which troubled him he never heard again. Some say he helped to form our Sarian Union, though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge. Then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks. Hey, thanks for playing. I think this is the credits roll.
Afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rights awakened the Nightwings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the Nightwings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail has proved his worth and returned to his family by the grace of the scribes. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
The moon-touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end.
Tizo.
Tizo the wise, ever
I wonder why Jodariel didn't get a little illustration.
cause of the Nightwings.
Even though she went free and Tay didn't.
Remained to the end.
Sir Gilman the Bold, ever in his quest, finding honor and glory.
Yeah, Gilman doesn't get one either.
Found his way home.
I think, you know, along with these different combinations of endings, and if the plan is successful or not, I think there's and you know, different things happening.
Seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars.
Yeah, based on you know, who's on which side. I think there's sort of like each character has like a you know, ideal situation, and I'm not sure if you can get everybody. I don't think you can necessarily have the best ending for everyone in one playthrough.
Wilfred prevailed as the night wings guide, having led them to glory. He has found his way home.
The bog dweller Bertrude kept their foes at bay with her finest enchantments. She remained till the end.
The reader at last made the night wings whole and ascended to freedom. He has found his way home. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way
Nice. It's totally the pause menu, by the way. And the start menu. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. Oh man. Who's that? Oh, I remember seeing that when I selected it before. Yeah, you get that just for completing the game. But alright, I've gone on an hour over time. I really should have Perhaps double checked how many liberation rights there were, and instead have done 2 liberation rights tonight, and then saved the last one plus the ending for like the next time. But it's okay, it's done. Anywho, thank you for joining me for Pyre. We'll see what's next soon. And until then, or I should say, until the dawn of a new age, the stars have joined us. Have a good night.